scuffed on my end. Oh no.
Come on.
You've got to be kidding me. Please. I tried the alt tab for 1 second to try and shout out Vice. Vice, that is not a line that I can say. It did completely just turn off and then restart the stream. Just because I was trying to alt tab. I love this beautiful encoder. I love OBS. I love OBS. Yeah, there's the... I'm going to infer. Hi, honey. There you go. Oh... That means I'm gonna get the end of Rinko's diary. I don't like this. Heart attack. Okay, alright. I'm fine. I've been blessed with an easy life, happy, with kind parents who are well off. I never doubted myself, not even once. But then one day, I met you, lost and alone as you were, and then I felt contempt, irritation, disgust, envy. Now that I think about it, you taught me all of the emotions children are supposed to learn during childhood. If not from you, I may have stayed a big fish, content in my happy little pond. Now I've outgrown Ebisugoka. This is the gift you gave me. So today, what I really want to say to you is thank you. No, I can't read this in front of other people. Start over. I have a very strong inclination that I know now proper, almost full context. How arrogant I've been. I realize now that the hatred and envy I felt towards Hinako for having a boy who loved her far outweighed my own love for Shio. I really am stupid, aren't I? Hinako always said that she and Shu weren't dating, and yet I wasted such a valuable opportunity. I could have asked her so much about him. What does Shu like? What does Shu care about? What does Shu think about me? I could have asked her all of this, but I didn't. Instead, I stewed in my own jealousy, like an idiot. This sucks. I want to make sure. Yeah, here it is. Rinko's secret journal. I'm in love with you, Shu. I've loved you from the very first moment I saw you, from the first moment our eyes met, from the first moment we first spoke. I loved you all this time. The handwriting here reflects the writer's terrifying instability. I love you. I'll do anything for you. I'm yours, body and soul. Do you want my liver, my kidneys, my still beating heart? I'll crack open my ribs and pull it out for you, if that's what you want. I want to slurp down your intestines, to feel them slide across my tongue. I want to cut off the top of our heads and mash our brains together. I'll turn them into a nice soup. Then I'll drink that soup. I'll feed it to you mouth to mouth. Next, we can chew up our tongues and feed them to one another. I don't have the slightest idea of what the rest says. Okay. She was a boy. So, where does the fire come in? That's one doll. That's two. Where does the fire come in? No, she was a boy. How did Jackie, how into Japan how into Japanese are you? How into Japanese and Japanese culture? Shoe. 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 And don't worry, you're gonna get your very good chance to meet him at the end of this. Shoo. Keep forgetting about this thing. Those grabs do so much on Lost and Fog. I have to drink Kutsu. I literally don't have any other option. I don't like this. Which one is which way? If I flip that, that'll be white. Yeah, I flip this. White. Blue. Which means I now take this one. I am living in a persistent state of dread as I play this game. Somehow playing this game 3 times consistently, consecutively, has made me feel worse on each replay. Hang on. I now understand the symbolism behind the soul siphon. It has taken me 3 playthroughs. It has taken me 3 playthroughs, but I finally get it. It's because the more you learn, the creepier it gets. Nope. The more awful I feel. I've been reading every single note that I've been getting. I've read every single note that I've been getting. I have been opening up my actual... Where is it? A Modern History of Japan from Tokugawa Times to Present, Oxford University Press, 3rd edition by Andrew Gordon. I have not pulled this out since college. This game made me pull this out again. Also, my book on female religious figures in Japanese religion. But no, and like playing this between multiple weeks has been giving me so much time to think about and like shit and process a lot of the information that I have. Which has been making which has been making this a very horrifying experience. Both understanding this from a very cultural perspective and from a literary perspective. I don't think there is anybody who can possibly match Ryukishi 7. I am in consistent awe I've always looked down on Hinako and Sakuko. That's why I've never been able to expose my weaknesses to them. How am I supposed to share the depths of my heart with mere insects? Maybe if I had treated them as equals, I could have actually told Hinako the truth. About my feelings. Or his feelings. Maybe if we could actually have fought, maybe if we could actually have fought, really, truly fought, that I wouldn't have to feel the way I do now. Tomorrow's Hinako's oh-so special day, but you know what? Maybe I'll give in. Maybe I'll tell her how much I actually hate her. The handwriting here turns into a disturbing scrawl. You lied to me. You betrayed Shu. I will destroy you. I'm going to beat you bloody, then tear you limb from limb. Why won't you just do everyone a favor and just... I can't make out what the rest says. I was right in calling her a coward. Yeah, it's a pretty safe bet. And I started this stream off, well, technically the previous one, because haha, OBS is funny. I started the stream off saying like, no, Sakuko's important role and like the genuine importance behind her having autism is the fact that she would not like kowtow how she feels. She would be blunt. Which is why, my god, which is why she's very persistent about constantly calling Hinako like a traitor. And she's justified in doing so. I have to go the other way. Because Rinko has been so... not even catty, she's just evasive. She's cowardly.
覚えてる？私たちが初めて会った日。
Chizuru, yeah. She's cowardly in her own way. But also in a very distinctly feminine way. Because she takes very, very, very great pride in being an exemplary woman, essentially. Which is why she's really into all those magazines. The ones that, if you find around the village, just keep saying a woman's worth is when she's loved by a man, or she's only valuable after she's married. Like... Motherfucker. She deeply internalized a lot of these very gendered roles that were a big thing in post-war Japan, especially during the 1960s. Like, she took great pride in whatever type of motherly or womanly role that she was able to fill at her age. I'll have enough for like a woman scorn. She wasn't even scorned. Like, I'm not saying Hinako's not at fault for this, because she also didn't make a decision, or she's currently at least in the middle of making a decision. But like, Hinako was being honest. Like, her and she weren't dating. As much as she felt she was. Yeah, and that's entirely, like, Rinko's own fault. Like, she didn't believe Hinako. She didn't believe Shu when they both said, no, we're just friends. Even though Hinako really does have feelings for Shu. And Shu very clearly has feelings for Hinako. And like, yeah, that is, like, their own fault and like their own issues, but they didn't lie to her. And it took Rinko, unfortunately, way too long to realize it. She has been presumably boiling over with this rage for Hinako about this boy that she loves since they were essentially in like early high school. Like, Sakuko's what, 14? I think she's 14. I think she's about 14. Hinako, Rinko, Shu, they're roughly about 15. Barring story stuff. But like, no, these depictions of them are roughly when they're about 15 to 14. So like, Rinko has been carrying those feelings for at least roughly like maybe about, I want to say 5 years, presumably. Like, after Hinako left, like, she has nobody to blame but herself. But then at the same time, a huge part of this is Hinako's fault too. Like, group relationships, group dynamics like this are always so goddamn messy. Any type of friend group that ends up dating inside of itself, like... it ends up just turning into a giant mess. People stop being friends, hearts get broken. And just because Stupid kids who can't talk to each other. Class observation log. Comments from the teacher. Thank you for always fulfilling your duties as class president. You do a great job looking after and supporting your classmates. I've also heard you're taking the initiative to give advice to the underclassmen as well. It's a wonderful thing that you're dedicated to your role as class president. However, I believe it would be beneficial if you interacted with them, not only as a class president, but as a classmate as well. Instead of solely teaching and supporting them, try treating them as equals. In doing so, I hope you can open up more and have your classmates get to know the real you. Sorry, Teach. She can't do that. Doesn't this kind of imply in ways subconsciously she doesn't think she deserves Shio because she couldn't accept Shio and Hinako saying that they weren't a thing? Not necessarily. She just didn't believe. She didn't believe them because of the way that they hung out. Like,
Come on.
why are your guts on the floor? Why are your guts on the floor? Why are your guts on the floor? Thank you. I have tea. Not necessarily, because no, all the notes that Rinko has, she looks down on people consistently. Like, she looks down on them a lot. Today I bought all my friends candy from the candy store. It's a lot more fun to eat with friends than to eat alone. The handwriting turns oddly distorted. Everyone was slobbering over the snacks and thanking me again and again. It reminded me of the time I fed fish at the park, the way their mouths gaped wide as they begged for food. What a bunch of idiots. And that poor as dirt Hinako, all it took was one piece of cheap candy to have her following me around like a dog. It's almost cute how stupid she is. A cockroach like her deserves to die. Like, that is a persistent thing for her, is looking down on people. Consistently. That's why she wanted to be class president. One, because it also, like... It's also associated with femininity in Japan because of responsibilities and being able to manage and, like, work with other people. Knew it. This is all of Rinko's diary. I'm sure the teachers have seen right through me. They know the truth. That I am friendless in the truest sense of the word. I think I've been doing it unconsciously all this time. Looking for someone I can say that I'm helping, but I am really just looking down on. Hinako and Sakuko and Shu have never stopped calling me their friend, but I don't think I ever earned that. Like... I'm critical of her, but that doesn't mean I can't see where she's coming from, or I can't, like... Shu's part's gonna kill me. Cool, unless I die here first. Like, it's not so much as she doesn't think that she deserves Shu, because, where is it? Remember this picture. She was always a grandma's boy. It seems that he's interested in learning. Where is it? Rumor got around that listening to Shu's advice really does make acne go away, and now he's really popular with the girls. I suffer from frequent headaches, so Shu gives me medicine based on my symptoms, and it really helps me out. Shu is incredibly popular with the girls. Because he's relatively soft, he's kind-hearted, he's really into medicine and in flowers, herbology. Like, no, Shu is a genuinely really good guy. Like, incredibly so.
運動だって服選びだってお化粧だっていつだって私の方が上だった。
So no, it makes sense why Rinka would like him or want him. Because if she's looking down on everybody else, what's the best way for her to look down on everybody else is by having the boyfriend that all the other girls also want. But Shu likes spending time with Hinako. Shu didn't look at Hinako as purely just being a girl. That's why he keeps calling you partner.
ぼんやりしてるあんたを私が何度助けてあげたことか。なんでいつもあんたばっかりなのよ。
She... Shimizu Hinako. Me. There's not a single extraordinary thing about me, except maybe being tall for a girl my age. I used to be in the track and field club, which is probably why I'm better at sports than most girls. I guess I got used to running around a lot when I was a kid since I preferred playing with boys. And yet, Hinako's the one who is spirited away. She's the one who gets to spend most time with the most popular boy in school. Meanwhile, Rinko, the one who has a room filled with fashion magazines, all types of girly stuff, doing her best to be the picture-perfect girl, and yet she can't get the boy that she likes. She's frustrated. She's doing what society is telling her to do, and she's not being rewarded for it.
彼の気持ち考えたことある？あんたは裏切った。もてあそんで裏切った。謝れ。その格好で今すぐ土下座して謝れ。
But she's right.
聞こえてるんでしょ。なんとか言いなさいよ。
She's completely right in the fact that it is still Hinako's responsibility to tell Shura how she actually feels. Obtained after bidding farewell to Rinko. Like, not exactly everybody is super innocent in all of this, but there is one person who is the most innocent, and that's Sakuko. But she suffers arguably second most. Why did you invite him? There is no way Fox Mask would have invited him. Or even known. Why? Why? Like 500 yen? What, you're gonna be mad? You're gonna be mad at a little girl for not giving you back $3.25? That's the significance behind like Rinko keeping that magazine that Hinako gave her. Because Hinako has no interest in that. She has no use for that. Sakuko is the most innocent character in this story, and she suffers arguably the most. The only person who I'd probably put right behind her is Shu. Carry not any memory of what has come to pass beyond this point. Lay all bare upon the pedestal first. The door shall not open to those who harbor regret in their hearts. Why? Who? I mean, there's a space up and up there. Like, I need to know. I need to know if it was Hinako's decision to invite Shu to the wedding. Because it can't have been. I don't want to believe that that was her call. I have to go left. Yeah, that's Bluebird. That time, maybe plus. She did not try to weasel her way out of it. That is a little girl. That is a little girl who wanted to carry on her family tradition of working at a shrine. Who was mercilessly bullied for liking the animals and for having autism. Where the hell is the other... Smell of herb is overpowering. Getting bullied for having autism in the 60s seems pretty par for the course. Yep. Very unfortunately, yes. Especially if you really like spending time with animals. Like the rabbits that were at her school. Okay, that's progress. I need to go to that way up there. Bullied to the point of being locked in the animal pen because, hey, you're a freak. Why do you like spending so much time with the rabbits? Why don't you just live with them? Like, I kind of deduced this... That's not her trying to avoid it, but... You're right there. Also, because you also... Because this is where... Because okay. Because I don't know how deep... I don't know how deep Vice is on our playthrough. Even if it was drawn by an elementary school student, it's still bad. This is definitely drawn on purpose. There are all kinds of courses written on it, such as stupid and disgusting. Rest well, Jackie. Thank you for stopping by. Um, but like, I kind of came to this conclusion around the mid part of New Game Plus One. Nothing in this game right now. There is no level of reality. Everything that is transpiring in this game is within Hinako's head. It is within her. Just started her first New Game Plus, I think. Yeah, I think that's what it was. All of this stuff is deep within her head. There are some very drastic changes in New Game Plus that very heavily hint towards it. And I'm very dead certain that, like, no, that is the case. Nothing that is happening in here is reality. This is all within her head. There is the Shu that is within her head, the Renko that is within her head, the Sakuko within her head. The justification for why you're allowed to know certain things, part of that is just the game and game knowledge. Part of it is also things that Foxmask is actively putting in your head. For context, I got the good ending on this stream too. Like, nothing in this is real. This is all deep within her subconscious. That's why the room that's in her house that looks underwater, like, that level of reality is under this level of reality, but this level of reality is also still under, like, the Ebisutoka. Like, it's the Kakura Makakura. It's a nesting doll. She's repeatedly going through this stuff again and again and again and again in her head. Incorrectly left that their ability is real parts, but they don't. It's just in her head. That is the assumption that I had too, but that is misdirection. Hate this. Because when you start thinking about it, there's certain parts where if that's reality, then it doesn't make sense why that's reality. Getting lost in the fog. Getting lost in the fog in the, went out by the farmland. Getting lost in a fog while out in the farmland. Her house turning into a non-Euclidean space. Sakuko calling her a traitor. Like, they're small bits. The ray gun. They're small bits that, like, kind of somewhat hint at it, not directly, but it's the, where is it? Because this is it's a very easy note to miss, but I picked it up on my first playthrough. This was the thing that really clued me in. There exists a wondrous medicine in the Bataran missionary that a Bataran missionary is said to have brought to Nagasaki during the Tensho era, circa 1580 AD. It was a drug used during meditation by individuals to speak with their inner selves. It is said that through the power of this medicine, individuals become able to delve into their innermost selves. Everyone possesses an inner you, and inside that inner you is another inner you. Inside that inner you, another inner you. This endlessly repeating chain was named Kakura Makakura, a term from an old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. That is a note that you can get when you're chasing after the fog monster close towards the end of the game. Or also even before you get to there, when you're returning home. It is a very, very, very important it is a very important note in order to, like, actually decipher what's what's actually going on in the game. That's referring to the medicine Shu gives Hinako. I am slightly not convinced. Because the more that I think about it, because Shu also left a note. Where is it? Because Shu left a note where he very specifically said what was actually in there. Exotic herbology. Where is it? Because it's in the next section. You would pick it up in the next section. That's the flashcards. I think it's closer to the top because of the other things. Yeah. It's this note. Hinako began complaining of headaches in the middle of school. When I tried pinpointing the root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she's suffering from tension headaches. I first recommend that she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for them more and more often. I don't like the thought of Hinako developing a reliance on such drugs, so I switched her to traditional Chinese medicine that uses kutsuru and peony, as it should put less of a strain on her body. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't just because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. As my grandmother always said, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi simply by listening to their troubles and empathizing with them. Hinako was thrilled with the medicine I gave her and said it worked wonders, but the truth is that wasn't the medicine alone. I want to hear out all her troubles and concerns. I mean, that's my job as her partner, right? I do not believe, because it is noted several times just how smart Shu is. As Shu was a grandma's boy, he spent a lot of time learning about various types of plants, flowers, and medicinal herbs. That seemed to have sparked his interest in medicine, which eventually led him to learning first aid. It seems that he was interested in learning first aid because of his family lineage as pharmacist, and to fulfill his duty as a member of the Space Army. Shu's knowledge of medicine rivals that of a veteran pharmacist, from ingredients, efficiency, to the medicine that best suits your body. You name it and he'll be able to tell you. You can consult him with all those pains that come with growing up, like headaches to acne, and just like that. He'll recommend you medicine and also give you advice on daily lifestyle choices. And the EYs are known as the town's, pharmacists. They're well known for being genuinely really good at their job of taking care of people. So the more I thought about it, that theory of oh, Shu's giving Shu messed up and is giving me this drug to purposely do this to me doesn't hold up. I don't think Shu is giving this medicine to her. Whatever is causing this kakara makakara to actually happen, it is not Shu's fault. In the normal ending, it ends that badly because Hinako developed a pill problem. But Shu knew that the actual problem that Hinako needed help with was actually just expressing her feelings. She needed somebody that she could talk to. That's why he wanted to just keep talking to her. Shu's a good guy. And he didn't deserve to be hurt the way that Hinako hurt him. suffocation. The pills he was giving her, the actual pills he was giving her, not the ones that are currently in the game, were very likely a placebo.
幼い頃からの友人に別れを告げるのは辛いだろう。
はい。
That's why they're the best healing item in the game.
いえ、するべきでした。もっと早く。
Second or third best. To a proper first aid kit and to Inari sushi.
申し訳ありません。
謝らなくていい。むしろその痛みを強いた私の方が謝らねばならない。
I hate this man. Because tell me, how exactly does a painkiller restore your sanity?
行こう。
Tension headache. Those are happening when she's incredibly stressed out. And she's bottling up her emotions instead of actually talking about them. The exact thing that Shu called her out for.
Shu? Rinko?
I think the closest way you could rationalize that is if your head was hurting so much it was literally driving you crazy. Tension headache. A headache brought on by excessive stress due to you being stuck in a stressful situation. Which Hinako has been stuck in because of her constant issues with her father. That's how she developed the pill problem. She didn't actually address her problems. She was numbing herself. Oh, right, this was the part that kind of like... It's my graphics card worry for a second. There is nothing that I have to really worry about here. I just need to just go straight for it. Actually, no, because there's still a couple things here that I kind of want to actually figure out. So I'll make sure to round back to a couple of locations. Because I'm probably going to have to scavenge a little bit too. There may not be anybody who ever does it as great as Ryukishi 07. He might be the greatest to ever do it. Oh my god. And I hate these fucking monsters so much. Partly, yeah. Thank you for lurking, Alina. Partly, yeah. The... Because her Seifuku is incredibly torn and frayed, especially in comparison to Renko's, who's much more pristine and well kept and girly. Every time I get to recreate that gift, it always feels like ecstasy. Yeah, because most notably, like, the tear on her arm only occurs, like, after Rinko gets introduced. And the constant thing that Rinko ends up doing is emphasizing how ungirly, oh my god, how ungirly Hinako is. Especially in comparison to her. Those winter clothes in the real world reflect the damage inflicted in the subconscious one. Partly, because the rip in her arm happens before the segment where before she gets the fox arm. In the shrine. It happens a long time before that part in the shrine, actually. Like, I didn't realize how far that part was. Where's the shack? So much. Reminder that she did track and field, she did not do kendo. She slid it all the way to me. Where is that? That was way too much healing. I'm also thinking about the bathroom she got. Ugh. The branding. Yeah, because she doesn't get the branding, because that's why... Because that's also something I was thinking about. Because she gets the tear in her arm long before the segment with the... How? Long before the segment where she gets the arm. But in that same segment where she does get the arm, she also has the giant branding on her back. So then, if it's meant to reflect her... Oh my god. So then if it's meant to reflect her at that moment, then why isn't like half her back exposed? That's why I settled on the idea of it mainly being, it's to contrast her between her and Rinko. Because that's what Rinko does the entire time that you're talking with her and walking with Shu. It's like, look at how girly I am in comparison to your idol. Gross, you're talking to him like you're a boy. I was always better at makeup than you. And then Shu makes that comment about never seeing Hinako as a woman. And like, you can tell that that upsets her. Like, Hinako doesn't want to be... Hinako doesn't want to be a girly girl. She's not that type. But at least in the context of Shu, she feels a little conflicted about it. She clearly has some feelings for Shu. She clearly wanted him to see her as a woman in some part, even if like they still wanted to be partners. And like, that's what the New Game Plus Hinako, like, shouts at her, because she can't make that decision either. She recognizes that there's a part of her that's contradicting herself, and she doesn't know how to reconcile with that. Oof. Oh, I need this. I'll trade the bandage. Because the Kutsu's just so much better. Dark Souls, eat your heart out. This combat is so much better. My iconic type. So in that case, what did enemies represent? Oh boy. Because, oh yeah, hey, all these change after that segment, by the way. Fogtown. Generally, other women who were hurt in this town. It's covered all over with sickening wounds. I wonder if it wants to hurt me the same way that it was hurt. Her tumultuous relationship with other women. This is very clearly her classmates. That's why they have the seifuku. It's dressed in old clothes and looks like a crucified corpse from far away. Contrary to its name, it scares more kids off than crows. That's why the segment when you're walking through that entire field is filled with scarecrows who all have seifuku, but they all look at you. That's why these ones don't move until you turn your back on them. Meant to represent her school bullying. This is her father. It howls awfully as it swings its large knife in any which direction. Its unfettered rage is no different than that of a wild animal. No, it's far worse than that. The enemy I hate the most. The greedily staring eyes, the greasy palms, the disgusting way it acts all chummy with me. All of it is completely repulsive. What's more, it never even bothers with guys. Typical. just really, really gross guys that are unfortunately very common. A face, two faces, three faces, four. A monster of thronging mass, a mass of faces. I'm not familiar with any of the faces, yet they seem to know me. It spouts repulsive things one after another, violating the peace of quiet wherever it goes. Rumors from people that she doesn't know, but clearly know about her. A hideous monster covered in countless skin cysts. It spews monster after monster from the dreadful swelling clumps of flesh it drops. Filthy, foul, and repulsive. The wonders of birth do not apply to this. Pregnancy. Very conveniently, there's a lot of overlap with a lot of the other monsters also from Silent Hill 3 for very similar reasons. Or at least core ideas are like very similar to that in 3. Or a couple of them, and I wonder why. The 2 Silent Hill games with very young female protagonists. I was slightly off initially because I presupposed that the pregnancy thing was meant to be tied to her mother. Nope, that's tied to her sister. I spent a lot of time thinking about this game in between streams. That's why I'm able to fire these off. Like, I've been slow cooking these. This game, in terms of like big budget games that I've spent money on this year, this is easily my game of the year. This is everything that I want out of a survival horror game. Including the goofy UFO ending. What is that thing that jumps on here? It just does it and then leaves. All these older shots too. The Dark Shrine, I've been getting closer and closer in terms of like figuring out exactly everything. Those ones are more directly tied to her friends. A monster restrained by chains and shackles. I wonder if it was imprisoned or tortured. It seems to be searching for me by sound rather than sight. I should be mindful of my footsteps. Metaphor for men, also, like, unfortunately chained by societal expectations. A monster that possesses sharp blades for legs. Did someone sever both of its legs and replace them with such disturbing things so it couldn't go anywhere? Or was this creature brought into existence just so it could end up like this? Women unfortunately being trapped into these societal roles. Hinako being a baby bird. The illusion of her wings being clipped when it's tied to marriage. Bizarre monster that looks like a bunch of celluloid dolls intertwined. Each of these dolls was most likely some child's best friend. To think it would appear like this in my nightmare. Both a mix of Sakuko, young girlhood. There's a reason why this monster is constantly playing hopscotch and then on the floor crying. Again, another pregnancy thing. What a vile show of life. I'd rather die than turn into a monster like this. Again, representation of her father. It swings around its large bocce drumstick-like arms and strikes the taiko to install fear and command those bound to it. It tries to cancel out any noise with its loud voice and banging. That's how it's always been. Like, because I've also have not been looking up, like, anything. Like, these are all my own interpretations. I haven't looked up, like, any type of video, which sucks, because there's a video that I really want to watch. Hi, buddy. There's a video I really want to watch, but I have to wait until like actually until I'm done with it. Until I'm done with like this and getting the endings. Which thankfully this is what that stream is for. But like, no, I love stuff like this. I love games where I'm able to just like interpret like the things that are happening. So maybe if Hinako did invite Sheik to her wedding to move on. No. How can somebody move on if she didn't ever actually explain her feelings about him? Because also, the town knows that it's an arranged marriage. Then again, Hinako never told Shu how she actually felt. The way that she was talking when he was hanging like that, that's him talking to her at that wedding. He's still waiting for her to tell him how she feels. Like, that's why Rinko is right. For every complaint I have about Rinko, like, no, she's right. Hinako should have told him how she feels. Because if she never did that and just doesn't do it, then he's gonna keep being hurt. And if he's gonna keep being hurt, then Rinko's gonna keep being mad at her. Which boss? Another pill. Also, there's a bunch of dolls that are sometimes just around the town that aren't hostile and are very heavily implied to be representations of just other women in the town for various reasons. Oh, Bridal Hinako, I'll say. That's bad. It's a representation of her. It's heavily implied. Well, it's heavily implied that a lot of this mental struggle is going on, presumably around or during Hinako's wedding day, arranged wedding day. Because a lot of the conversations that all the characters are having and a way that they're talking to each other, both work in a direct and literal sense, as in, oh yeah, they're talking about the current situation. But if you think about it in terms of her talking to these people at this significant time, then a lot of the double meaning starts coming out. That's why Rinko's constantly pulling Shu away. That's why Shu's saying, hey, I'll be with you regardless of whatever your decision is. But like, he's kind of like begging her, hey, can you tell me what's going on? Can you tell me how you feel? Because I'm here for you. I'll always be here for you. But like, you have to talk to me. That's why he keeps bringing up the fact that she really keeps keeping in all of her feelings. Because she's really bad at communicating that stuff. And that it's her decision. That all the stuff that's constantly happening, that every important thing for her to remember is that it is her decision to make. And there's two parts of her, multiple parts of her, inside of her that are fighting over if it's really her decision or not. Is this better for me if I do it this way? Is it better for me? Is it better for my family? Is it better for me if I just don't make a choice? Like, she's caught. She's stuck between these societal expectations and what she actually wants. Higanbana. Do you mean the, you mean the Scarlet Lilies? Like the red flowers. The spider lilies, my bad. So, this is the also, like, very interesting subplot that I kind of wanted to figure out. Also, why is the front door open this time? I've had to climb in here multiple times. Why is this open? Yep, the red spider lilies. That I'm partly still trying to... Part of that I'm still trying to figure out. That's more due to my lack of knowledge when it comes to language of flowers. Which is very... oh my god. This is a nightmare. Which is very, unfortunate, because I actually really like spider lilies. That's a nightmare scenario. Sorry, that triggered, like, a real thing in me. That was a deeply uncomfortable fight. Hi, Ruka, thank you. I need to go this way. Please, please, please. Unfortunately, I really wish I knew more about the language of flowers because I really like spider lilies. Flowers are a very common gift for a wedding. Symbolizes death, danger, but also rebirth. Yeah, no, that's very appropriate for Hinata, and especially a wedding. A game that I really like, a question that it constantly likes to ask, or prod at, is does life begin or end at marriage? And I've been thinking about that ever since playing that game. The rebirth aspect that I'm stuck on. Hinako's name means baby bird. Like, is she going to be more like this is the rebirth aspect? Like, is she going to be reborn stronger, or is she... oh my god. Oh my god. Or is she turning into, like... please, 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 please. Is she turning into something stronger? Is she turning into something worse? Like... what does a rebirth mean for Hinako in terms of her own wedding? And that's where the multiple endings come from. It's her answering my question, essentially. So thank you, Coffee. I have tea right next to me. Because that also like plays into the That also plays into the persistent themes when it comes to the religions here. If you pick up the rebirth, could mean Hinako getting married. It could mean Hinako being married. It could mean her taking more control over her own life. It could also tie into how the ever-changing religious kind of like backdrop of Ebisugoka works. The Diary of Revenge keeps saying like how many different ways the belief of this town just keeps shifting. Like, not necessarily deliberately, but just like, oh, one tradition paves the way essentially for like the symbolism and meaning to be adopted and interpreted a different way for a different generation. Is that the death of one religion? Is that the rebirth of it? Or like no, it's a persistent process. And again, that also feeds back into the nesting doll thing. The younger Hinako inside of this younger Hinako, fighting against the older Hinako, the one who's at that wedding. I never paid attention to those bells because I kept just thinking. Because I kept just thinking, oh, that's just a video game thing. But no, that's Junko. Anytime I hear that bell, that's Junko. Is the younger Hinako fighting against the older Hinako? Does that mean that the rebirth isn't taking Hinako's loss of identity, but also just going along with the arranged marriage? That depends on which ending you get. The endings are the resolution to that fight. But the entire game is the struggle. It's that struggle between those two sides of her. The younger her inside of her, the 15-year-old who is still there. The one who is still thinking of Ebisugoka, the one who's still thinking of Shu, Rinko, Sakuga, like, and all of her internal demons and troubles. And then the part of her that wants to just kind of give up and give in. The one that wants to listen to her older sister and just stop resisting. Just be the woman that she's told that she has to be. Yep. The entire front half of her face is gone. It's like... It's the one thing that this game has.
私は恐れません。
Right, there's no going back.
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。
The face thing is like... It's a very specific... I don't even want to say irrational fear. It's a, it's something that just gets me bad. Because it reminds me of a,
私頑張ります。あなたにふさわしくなるように。
it's something that gets me really bad. Because it's something that, like... It disturbs me a lot. There's an image that went around a couple of years ago. That was like, what was it? It was like one of the MLB games, and it's like something you can upload like picture of your own face or whatever. Somebody did that. And whatever they did.
迷っていたんだ。でも今はもう道に迷いはない。
And whatever they did, the face, like, it came out wrong. Also, this is where I'm gonna start doing the branch. So I'm saving this here as like a backup save. So I have to remember here. Because there are two important things that I need to do. But that... I don't know what the dude did, but the face came out wrong. And when I say that it came out wrong, like, it had a bunch of holes and stuff on it. Like, I think I know they posted that as like haha, look at how funny this thing is, because it's like messed up my face. That image genuinely, like, really... It really disturbs me. Not like in a, oh, it's scary kind of way, like a... Like, that is... Like, no, I can't look at that image. It messes me up. It messes me up really bad. And this game gets really close to that. It is a specific thing. Just something about like holes in faces. Like it really, it's bad. It really messes me up bad. So just bonus points for this game for just, I guess, reminding me that I have that thing and that it's specific. I receive reports that the patients will sometimes make strange sounds and they get on all fours and crawl around. Housemates served the family for many years. Whisper among them speak of so-called fox possession. I have scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Today I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of the house. The family has denied my request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it's out of fear that they will talk of the supernatural... out of fear that the talk of the supernatural will tarnish the family's reputation. However, I do not expect the patient's condition to improve with in-home treatment alone. Yeah. So, that is a note about Totsuya. Totsuya got possessed by Fox Mask. Or, Totsuya got possessed by Inari-sama. not gonna save here, actually. I'm trying to remember. Because I'm trying to grab something specific. Because it is part of the, it's part of the things that I kind of have to do for one of the endings. But it is also something I have to do for setup for the true ending too. So it could be so the Hinako is the Hinako that is leading up to where older Hinako is. That this Hinako, yeah. And I assume the doll is younger. The doll is a representation, as far as I am able to tell. Okay. As far as I am able to tell, the doll is very likely the youngest version of Hinako deep within her. I can just go through here. The doll is the deepest, youngest version of Hinako that is still within her. That's why it's the one that is constantly there, constantly looking out for her, the one reminding her, you're Shimizu Hinako. The version of her that kept playing with Shu. It is a representation of that version of her. Each of these Hinakos are just a Hinako within a Hinako within a Hinako. Exactly on which level, which one is deeper within one, unsure. But this Hinako, I think I have to go down. This Hinako, at absolute bare minimum, is the one that is leading up to the wedding. How do I think I have to go there. Trypophobia, yes. Like, when it's like just this one, I don't mind it and like it doesn't hit me as bad. When it's multiple holes, it really messes me up bad. I think I need to go the other way. Because this thing is like slightly hidden. Actually, no, I think this is right. I think? No. I think? Yes, okay, it is right. Yeah, like, that messes me up bad. That messes me up really bad. I really, really, really don't like it. I'm just able to go here. I really don't like it. And like, it's not specifically just holes in this. Like, very unfortunately, it's like part of her brain. The closest I got, oh my god, where am I? The closest I got, was a scene in New Game Plus where like it hit me bad. But like it's relatively quick, so like I'm able to kind of like endure. But like I can't do it for long. Like it really, it's I do not like it. I'm going the wrong way. This goes left. Wait, why does this go left? Oh my god. I'm going to die. Please. I don't even know why I'm looking for this immediately. It's a miracle. How could this be? The $2 symptoms have improved dramatically. Both patients have made a full recovery. I do not understand it one bit. Could this be a phenomenon that cannot be explained through scientific means? There exists no record in any literature of disease or toxin that could lead to such a cruel illness. Such a dramatic recovery as the $2 experience has likewise never been documented. Now the housemaids are whispering about a supposed cure, yet I can no longer chide them and insist science can prove all. And Emma. Oh. I should have done this. Dusty. Shriveled Abura Age. Find a bunch of them here. But I know I need to get to the second floor. Also, the simple, like, for as much as I viscerally don't like this chapter for story reasons, mechanically, oh my god. Mechanically and symbolically, this is probably my favorite chapter. I hate that I have no healing items. No, I do. I have a medkit. I just don't have it equipped. I'm spending all this time looking for something. Because I know I need to go up to the second floor. I know I need to go up to the second floor, I just don't know specifically which way up the second floor I need to go. Because there's two things I need to do. Which also sucks because I actually really like the boss fight for this one too. Like, this is probably my favorite boss in a game. But unfortunately, I have to spend the time going around doing nonsense just for something that I know I'm gonna hate. Because I want to be thorough. Please don't call this a majestic place. It's really not. is this place open? Oh, probably because there was a note there. This game does a good job of using physical body horror to trigger psychological horror. And it can't be a coincidence that even with the infinite weapon that this fox arm is still isn't all straightforward due to how cramped the areas in which you need to fight in symbolize how trapped you're feeling as Zeneko. Yeah. Like, like, that's part of the reason I really... That's part of the reason I really like... I think I just need to go lower. That's part of the reason I really like... why I really like psychological horror. Or just, like, especially... Yeah, mainly psychological horror. And especially as games. Because there's so much overlap and so many things you can do. Both, like... It's a writing tip that, like, I picked up and I've kind of just held on to because I find it incredibly useful. Not only just for, like, writing, but also for various other things. The tip was, when you get to the uncomfortable part, keep going. Because when you're at something uncomfortable, it means, like, it's pulling something at you. It means that there's something there that's getting, like, an emotional reaction out of you. And if it's getting an emotional reaction out of you, like, there's something to it that is worth investigating. I think this is on the right path. Yeah, this is. Hate this. Stupid crying. This is it. I think. Oh. Yeah, no, this is it. I haven't been here before. This is new. This is new to me. I hate how, like, genuinely peaceful this is. Just can't with horror games usually when it comes to playing them, so I've only finished like one horror game. They can be a lot. They can be a lot. But, like, I really like that uncomfortability in stories. Upon the rock, our ancestors built a shrine, naming it Heaven's Benediction, so it can serve as a sanctuary for our clan. When Heaven's benediction falls, the wrath of the depths shall rage against the heavens themselves, and both man and land shall face calamity. When that time comes, the glory of Higa's gods shall wane, hurtling to the end of our clan. It is duty of our family's head to ensure that Heaven's benediction will prosper for generations to come. It is the fate of our family's head that he shall prevent calamity from ever arising. He who seeks the crimson water which banishes evil. When the Shishio Dishi strikes once, let the bell chime. Thrice shall the bells ring to speak the legends of the land. Trapped under the great stone, the lake's abyss lies a slumbering water dragon. Born during the age of gods and sealed away by our ancestors, deprived of the water dragon's spirit, the once lush great tree has met a withering fate. Interesting. This hath come true, and I'm convinced that it's because it's basically an attractive movie. Sometimes that's what people need. Sometimes that helps a lot of people get through certain things. So, two very key things. Ooh, three. A note of caution. Agara no Hote-sama bestows upon us the blessing of crimson water. This blessing can be found deep beneath the sacred mountain, where spring water pools to infuse with medicine herbs. Its medicinal properties, unlike any other, are the bountiful of many moons of steeping. The power imbued to the crimson water shall eradicate even the most wicked evil, but beware, for its frightful potency makes it unsuitable for the purification of mortals. Only for the excision of ancient evil shall it be used. So, this is a two-part thing. So one, for the true ending, I need to do the purification part thing. I need to do the purification thing here. For the true ending, I need to do the purification part. However, also, for the bad ending, I need to do the purification part. However, the secondary conditional, specifically for the bad ending, I need to pick that up. But if I pick that up, I am locked into the bad ending. So, I will try to do... I'm going to try to do two things at once. That's why I made that save. So I need to remember the route that I got here, that I used to get here. Because I can probably find it when I get... Yeah, okay. Because I need to do both. Oh, wait. Ooh, another Emma. Because I want to get all the endings now. A medicine bottle with Hote-sama, the monk, engraved on it, contains a red liquid. So, picking that up. According to the writings of the Iwai family, whose members have served the people of Ibisugoka as physicians for generations, only infusions prepared using traditional method can truly be called Agara no Hote-sama. Anything bearing the name in modern day is merely snake oil. True infusions are said to be a double-edged sword, both a miraculous elixir and a dangerous poison. That is, if one harbors any guilt inside their hearts, then not only shall the infusion cleanse you of any evil spirits, but will also destroy your very self from the inside out. Ego death. So, picking that up, I am now locked into the bad ending. I am locked onto the route for the bad ending. However, because the other me also has the katana, I need to purify it. Because having that katana unpurified basically, I won't say it negates it, but it means that I can't. It means that I can't get the bad ending because I need to have the... I would need to have the sword and I would need to not purify it. Oh hey, that water, hey, that thing looks very familiar. That flower looks very familiar. Interesting. Okay. That made a different sound. This is different. When she COD, she strikes once, let the bell chime. Thrice shall the bells ring to speak the legends of the land. Trapped under a great tree in the lake's abyss lies a slumbering water dragon, born during the age of gods and sealed away by her ancestor. Deprived of the water dragon's spirit, the once lush great tree once great tree has met a withering fate. This is talking about the purification of the trapped under great stone in the lake's abyss lies a slumbering water dragon. I don't know if I did this right though. Said ring the bells thrice. Yeah, it said ring the bells thrice, not necessarily ring the not necessarily ring the bells. Not ring the 3 bells. So if I do this, it's almost peaceful. And I hate that. I don't think I did it right. Oh, this is throwing me off. Thrice shall the bells ring to speak the legends of land, trapped under great stone. But is it... did I do it right though? Because I assume this water will change when I do it right. Because I need to have the... because I need to have the water purified, because if it isn't, then I can't purify the sword. And I already have the sword. Okay, I think I did it right. It's draining. That's bad. That looks really bad. Yeah, I think I did it. I was okay. So mentality went. That's yeah. All right. Yeah, that's the bad ending. I'm gonna try not to save. Um. I don't think that's a good thing I did. Um. Because my mentality was of two things. I need to remember where this is, and I also need to remember the fastest way up here. Thank you for the coffee. The mentality was either I needed to hit the bell 3 times. Oh my god. I either needed to hit the bell 3 times, or I needed to hit them immediately in between each one of those. Okay, so that's to the right, down here. Okay, so it's immediately through the first door. Got it. Oh my god, I hate these enemies. So yeah, that's the bad ending locked in. These enemies disgust me. You don't speak to me. Okay. So I have this saved for not bad ending right above the one for the UFO ending. So I have to remember that.
では行こうか。
はい、ご一緒に。
見たまえ、皆が私たちを祝ってくれている。
I'll also likely still just kind of like sit through the cutscenes because this is still New Game Plus 3. But then when I'm doing it for the true ending, then I can just kind of like cut right through. Because thankfully, like the last two... Junko's one of them. But thankfully I think I can kind of just burn through, because the only things that are remaining are the like the last big thing is the Junko part. Not the Junko part. Is the Shimizu house. They all have fox masks. why is Junko's not a fox mask? I just realized I'm gonna have to do this fight and the fight with her parents' face. Oh my god, that does so much damage. I just realized how... Oh, this is gonna be... I made a choice to do this on Lost in Fog. Oh, and then there's still the other... I might have underestimated this. Like, that was a lot of damage. I significantly underestimated how much of the game I actually still have. Because now that I'm thinking about it, there is the entire... There's the entire, it's the entire house I can get. Then there's the nightmare after that. And there's the entire nightmare after that. And then after that is the end of the game. Admittedly, I only need to watch the cutscenes once. But it's still, like, this might have just accidentally turned into a gauntlet. Do I have any healing? I have a bandage. Oh, okay. How much I actually really like this fight.
そこまで言われる筋合いはない。幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ。
To be very smart about this. Okay, not bad. That could have been a lot worse.
痛くなかった。リンコのこんな姿。
I still really like that fight.
今は嬉しい。お別れに対して私たちはようやく本音を語り合えたね。
Yeah, they're talking at the wedding.
これでリンコの世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。お幸せにリンコ。
Another tension headache. Thank you. Is that it?
じゃない。
どうしたひなこ。
私は
君はひなこじゃないか。
私は
君はひなこだ。
はい。私は清水ひな子じゃない。私はひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひなこだ。
So yeah, now lots of that. I see. This is fantastic.
ひなこかい？
え、お母さん？
そろそろ帰っといて。お夕飯ができたから。おい、リンコを離せ。
ひなこ、もう十分。殺すか殺されるか。
姉ちゃん。
殺されなさい、ひなこ。
みんなそうなの？みんな殺してるの？お姉ちゃんも殺したの？
ええ、私も殺したわ。お父さんもお母さんも、そして大切な妹であるあなたもね。友達もみんな殺したわ。
私は殺されたくない。
今日それを口にすることがどれだけ恐ろしいか分かってる？
もちろん。
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。だけど今日、その選択には特別な代償が伴う。それもあなたが生き延びた時にだけ。あなたがおとなしく殺されるなら何の代償もない。お姉ちゃんはひなこに幸せになってほしいよ。
お姉ちゃん。リンコ。
Okay, how am I sounding now? And while I do that, I'm actually gonna grab my charger real quick, because I know that my controller has to be dying. Okay, thank you. So, I said it during that part, or at least during that cutscene. But it clicked with me, finally, after a third playthrough. Thank you, Seed. It clicked with me finally after a third playthrough. Hinako's sister isn't wearing a fox mask. Her mask is an owl. Um. That looks evil. Her
お
mom.
姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
Her mask is an owl. It is not. She did not get spirited away by a fox. She did get spirited away, but just by a different creature. The distinction is small, but it is a very important distinction. Because that's a new note. Because I did not previously pick that up. Oh, this is a new one for the clinical trial. This is the last one for the clinical trial. The other version of myself and I have talked for many nights now. Through these fervent discussions, I have come to a conclusion that Hinako needs to speak to her inner self just as I have. It's clear she's not currently in her right mind. Why else would she even consider accepting that farce of a marriage that has been pushed upon her otherwise? There is no point in trying to force Hinako's opinion to change. She must make this realization for herself to stick. If she could just talk to her other self within her dreams, I'm positive she could lead back to rationality, and then she would realize just who truly has her best interests in mind. Is this Junko?
Rather cute, aren't you?
Hi, computer geek. Did Junko give Hinako these pills? That can't be. I have to be wrong. But who would have written all of those? It would make sense. That's the disappointing part. The bell. It's Junko. Junko gave her the pills. This is Junko's fault. Not disappointing, it's a revelation. No. Isn't Junko on the side of the bridal Hinako? No. The version of her that is spirited away, the version of her that has that mask. That's the one that's telling her, hey, if you give up, then you don't need to give up as much. And we've only been talking to that Junko. We have not been able to talk to... We have not been able to talk to the version of Junko or interact with the version of Junko from the opener since the opening. That has been the only time that we've talked to her. That is the only time in the game that we've seen Hinako talk to her. It's rad. We have not seen her face.
力を貸してくれて本当にありがとう。でももう平気。今の私なら自分の力で意志を示せるから。
Because that was still her relying on borrowed power. That's why it was so easy to get her ending. Once the sacred sword has been purified, it will no longer provide you with any protection. Likewise, it will no longer repair itself when sheathed. Instead, you will need to rely on toolkits to restore its durability. It won't protect me on its own, but I can still have it. Okay. So, that is all the conditions for the bad ending. What matters now is running through the house. That being Junko, like, really... So you can protect yourself with it? No. Because the issue with Hinako... Okay, I'm gonna do this before I get here, because I know this is probably gonna change too. The issue with Hinako using the sacred sword before, it's that it parallels her relying on the pills. It is again her using borrowed power, using borrowed strength in order to solve her problems instead of addressing her problems face on her own. That's why it's the requirement for getting the good ending. Because that was the big thing that always caught me, where it's just like, so why is getting the good ending easier than getting the bad ending? It was a crutch, yes. Like, you do have to do the scavenger hunt, but doing the scavenger hunt, like, you do that, then you get the cool sword. You don't have to do the purification part like Sukako had recommended in one of the letters. And that's why I was scratching my brain, because I'm like, why is getting the good ending easier than getting the bad ending? That's why I was terrified of getting the bad ending, because I didn't pick up the Agara no Hote-sama. Because the requirements for the bad ending looked like requirements for a good ending. Like, what do you mean the unpurified sword gets you the good ending? So yeah, no. Hinako has to rely on her own strength in order to find her own happiness. Her stance with the katana also changes too. So, how does this change? That's what he sounds like.
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
私は覚えてさえいなかったのにな。
Kotoyuki. Pre-possession. She wields it and uses it like it's a metal pipe.
私の町が
So I still need to get through here.
もう化け物の巣じゃないか。
So then there's still only one.
邪魔するな。お前たちの仲間にはならない。
That's why she says that. So then the only requirement that I have left
もう無駄。
is a Jizo here. And an Emma. Interesting. Unfortunately for you, I have nothing to give you right now. So yeah, there's the house, there's the nightmare after it. All you do is exist to bar my path. And then there's the finale.
やられてる。
Also, I'm learning that my audio interface is like an upper limit of like about 12 hours, I suppose, before it does that.
どういうこと？廊下、襖、間取りが全部変わってる。
And so we are back where the stream started. We're close to. And so
もしもし。
清水さんのお宅でお間違いないでしょうか。岡本水産でございます。毎度ごひいきに預かり誠にありがとうございます。
that's a front for the loan sharks.
もしもし。
That's them calling to try to get Hinako's dad on the line. Crushed note. Apologize. If you don't, I will never, ever forgive you.
こんな部屋、うちにはない。
Inari sushi. Which is good, because I really need that anyway. Actually, now that I purified it, does it have a different... A sacred sword that has been purified of its malevolent energy. Though the power it once held is long gone, the blade itself has not dulled. It's poetic. So that I still need a propane thing for. Harare. Ramune.
こんなとこに置いとくなんて。いつ取ったんだろう。
Hinako and her family. Which means this needs to flip up. This needs to flip down. Those need to flip down. And I need to get the picture of Hinako. Thankfully I've done this enough times. I've done this enough now that I'm mostly aware of what I need to do. But there's one part that I am not looking forward to seeing, or at least seeing how it changes. the dried carcass. Oh my god, alright. After a long and vicious fight, the sword was defeated and the fox reigned supreme. Taking the blackbird's right hand, the fox showed her the scales with his other hand. Now you must choose, Blackbird. Have you made a decision? Upon one side of the scales was the fox, on the other, nothing. So I still need the calendar, because that's the only way I'm moving through this.
Shu! そこにいるの
1962, August 6th.
この日付何か大事な日だった気が
No, October 6th. This is not gonna be fun.
私のうちどうなってるの
Trying to remember where all the important things were. At the same time, I'm also making sure to look for notes. But I'm probably not gonna find any important ones until, like, the main important rooms regardless. Bastard. There's the picture of Hinako.
この写真なんか見たことある気がする思い出せない
Aside from the charge attack, not a bad way of using the katana. I'm fine, but not bad. I also just realized you don't really... Yeah, there's one here. You don't ever... You get one lantern, and then that's it. Like, you don't really use... Oh my god. You don't really use a flashlight. But light still is guiding your way. Oh, that was... I got completely glitched before. I guess something just kind of lingered there. Also, those whispers get a lot worse the lower your sanity is. It took me a bit to kind of figure that out too. Not exactly a fun experience. Turns out having low sanity means that you end up hearing and seeing things. I'm terrified of what the flashbacks will be this time. Is there really nothing here? Because there's a Junko picture. I remember that there is the wax effigy. Go up, I take the right. So I just go take the left. Because I'm still looking for... Because I know I need to go into Hinako's room. I hear you. Durability is definitely lower, but damage still feels real good. Still our parents' room. Good sit. Is there really nothing here? Yeah, then I guess the only... Right. Yeah, this one.
昔これで遊んでた。
I'm always alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. That means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like to play with the Kokeshi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with left Hinako and right Hinako, so it's fair to both of them.
飽きそうなところがある。
Interesting. I see you, bitch.
何？
Your face is different. Oh. Excerpt from the Encyclopedia of Occult Phenomenon. Autoscopic hallucination. A type of visual hallucination caused by brain tumors in which an individual perceives their own image before them as if they were standing in front of a mirror. Although it is merely a reflection, they have been extremely rare cases in which hallucinations have been reported to possess a will of their own and are able to hold conversations. In such instances, the reflection will often state negative opinions about or demonstrate hostile behavior towards the individual. Such aberrations are thought to be projections of negative feelings about the self that have been repressed. This is also known as the doppelganger phenomenon. Curious, huh? Either way, that was the scale. That should be everything I need from here. Because I should get the wax and the wire elsewhere. But I can't progress until I get that calendar.
私の
見送りなんていいぜ。じゃあまた明日な、相棒。
あ、相棒。
お前はお前らしいままが一番だ。周りに流されるなんて相棒らしくないぜ。
そうだな。私もそうだと思ってた。
きなこ、すごい音が聞こえたけど。
気のせいじゃない？全然知らない。
あ、その服どうだった？可愛かったでしょ。
言ったでしょ。私にそんな可愛いの似合うわけないって。だからさ、もうそういう服をもらってくるのやめてよね。恥ずかしいんだからさ。
そうかい？じゃあよそにあげようかね。
うん、それがいいよ。
ひなこにとってもよく似合ってると思ったんだけど。
シュウは悪くない。私が望んだことなんだから。
I mean... If I open this, I think this is the one that has the enemy in it. Yeah. I missed. I should have dashed into it. Sometimes some people can mean well, but when they put... Sometimes some people can mean well. But then other times they might just be being a little bit forceful when it comes to putting certain expectations on you. Can make you feel like you're vomiting your guts out. Does insanely good damage. I almost don't want to go into Hinaka's room, but I know I can't. I really don't want to go in there until I have to. I didn't... How do I put this? Like... I like Hinako a lot, Is the trade-off that it's less durable? Yeah. The durability is like going through incredibly quickly, but at the same time, like the damage is so high. It's like so good. It's not flower again. Like, how do I put this? It's not atypical for me to like play, especially a very I'll say focused, like horror game or game in general at this point. But like, and like be and like relate in some way. Like there's parts in this that are like making my stomach not feel great. Mom's bag of prescriptions. Patient Shimizu Kimi. Take one after each meal and once before bed. Store in a cool and dry place. Take one tablet. Take two tablets. Take two tablets. Take one tablet. Take one capsule. Take one pouch. Department of Internal Medicine, Prefectural University Hospital. Huh. Wait. She mentioned that her mom was like vomiting in one of the other notes. That's where I thought the pregnancy monster like kind of came from. But like, what meds was she taking? Something tells me I really don't even want the answer to that question. Like, the societal expectations and stuff when it comes to, like, come on. When it comes to being a woman and how, like, all that connects into, oh my god. And how that all connects, like, with this, I expect it. Like, again, Silent Hill 3 already exists. But, like, I was not expecting just how much this game, like, really delves into gender. Turns out the NB really has a strong reaction when a horror title focuses on the horrors of gender. Just need a bird pattern. Love you, dude. Just came in to say hi. I have to go to Hinako's room now. Like... Because it's not, how do I put this? Because it's not like I don't want to even be too presumptive. It's not like Hinako is like explicitly non-binary, but like this is a psychological horror game about being gender non-conforming. Like at its absolute base, like on the surface level. Like it is telling you in your face, hey, this girl is struggling because everyone's perceiving her and expecting her to act like a girl when that's not what she wants. Even though that there is a part of her inside of her that does kind of want it. Like, this game is getting very visceral emotional reactions out of me. In ways that I really didn't expect. And a lot of them are stemming from Hinako's gender issues. Or gender troubles, I'll say. April 6th, my big day is tomorrow. I can't back out. I'm scared. I want to run away. I don't get it. Why is it already here? I got the propane tube. I have the wax thing. Okay, so we're back in the original. Propane, wax. I can put the picture back. Like one of my favorite games of all time is Little Goody Two Shoes. I love Alice Madness Returns. I'm incredibly super in to a lot of games that's main focus is essentially on the horrors of being femme or being a woman. But like this, this is the horrors of just being gender non-conforming. Maybe the girl doesn't want to wear a dress. Maybe the boy doesn't want to wear a suit. Maybe they don't want to be seen as something that they never had a choice in. But then maybe there's some people who, like, it's okay if they see them in that way. Even if it is, like, contradictory to, like, everything else that they are constantly saying that they wish. It's contradictory to what they kind of ask from most people. Maybe gender's just a really fucking messy thing. If you're playing a game and you're following the rules and you aren't happy, what is the point in playing the game? But if you break the rules and you're punished for it and you're still not allowed to be happy, then fuck the game. It's not something I think about. It's not like... Because it's not necessarily something that, like, a lot of people have to think about or do think about. And it's not like saying it's bad that you're not constantly thinking about your gender. Like, no, it's for some people it's a bigger thing than others. That doesn't inherently, like, make you worse because you're not constantly thinking about it. But for some people, they do think about it a lot. Like, it's gonna sound, like, really stupid, but, like... It's like candy, or like ice cream. Like... Let's say that you go out with all your friends and they get, like, some type of discount on getting a very specific type of ice cream. And it's like, you don't mind that ice cream, but sometimes you don't want it all the time. But it's what's expected, because like, oh, well, you had this before, so you'll like it this time, right? And then you'll like it the time after that, and the time after that, and the time after that. And some people do like that. Some people do like being the same flavor over and over and over and over again. And it doesn't make that person wrong. It doesn't make those people wrong. It doesn't mean that they have to suddenly start worrying about experimenting and figuring out if they actually like that thing or not. Sometimes you try something once, you figure it out, and then you don't have to worry about it again. Then you get people who just assume, oh, you like chocolate. Of course you like chocolate, why wouldn't you like chocolate? That's my expectation of you. You like chocolate, so I'm giving you only chocolate. And that is the only flavor that you're allowed to have. And then suddenly thinking about chocolate makes you want to vomit. All that to say, I really like this game.
お前、本当に隠し事はしてないんだろうな。
全然知らない。本当に覚えてもなかった。
お父さん、いいじゃありませんか。何の文句があるんです？ひなこ、あんたはどう思ったの？
わかんないよ。全然わかんない。
そうよね。無理もないよ。心を落ち着けてじーっと考えてごらん。心の中のもう一人の自分にじっくりと相談するの。
私嫌だよ。
嫌だ。やだ。絶対やだ。どうしたの、ひなこ。
だって私お母さんのこと嫌いなんだもん。私お母さんのこと嫌い。お母さんみたいになりたくない。
I think that's all the pieces I need. Which means the really fun conversation's about to start soon. Actually not used that before the fight.
くぼみ何か入れるのか。
After a long and vicious fight, the sword was defeated and the fox reigned supreme. Taking the blackbird's right hand, the fox showed her the scales in his other hand. Now you must choose, Blackbird. Have you made a decision? Upon one side of the scales was the fox, and on the other was nothing. It's locked. What brand of hell is this then?
ひなこ、しゅうくんから電話だよ。
今いないって言って。
いるって言っちゃったよ。
じゃあ買い物に行ってるとか言っといてよ。
はいはい、わかったよ。
Hinako.
私が見えてるよね。とうとう私の声まで聞こえるようになったんだ。そんなとこに立ってないで入ったら、ちょうど話がしたかったところだから。あなたは誰なの？お願い、死んで。って言ったら、あなたは死んでくれる？どうして私に死んでほしいの？清水ひな子から生まれ変わることができるかもしれない。私以外のものになりたいってこと？どうして私として生きていたくないの？幸せなこと、辛いこと、大切なこと、嫌なこと、全部たくさん考えて絶望したから。もっと前向きな言い方をしよう。ひなのままいつまでも暮らせるわけがない。巣の中でひなのまま親鳥に食べさせてもらって、大好きなお友達といつまでも遊べる日々が永遠に続くわけがない。寒い冬が訪れれば、親鳥たちは巣を捨てて旅立つ。大好きなお友達だって飛び方を覚えた順に旅立っていく。後には誰も残らない。周りの巣はみんな空っぽに。親鳥たちも友達もみんな旅立っていってしまった。残 怒ったのは自分だけ。やめて。今ある幸せと必ず訪れる孤独な冬をすべて足し算引き算して私なりに考えたの。やめて。嫌なの、怖いの、恐ろしいの。わかるよ。やだよね、怖いよね。でも一番怖いのはこのまま冬が。そんなの分かってる。分からない、分かりたくない、考えたくない。それでいいの。耳を塞いでわめいていることが選択でいいの。それがあんたの選択なら私はあんたに死んでもらう容赦しないからね。嫌ならあんたが生きたいっていう覚悟を見せてよ。決意を見せて。逃げるのではなく耳を塞ぐのではなく、しっかり私を殺してあんたが生き残って、あんたこそ私を殺して私より幸せになれるっていう絶対な約束ができるの。怖いんでしょ本当は。怖いよ。私だってすごく怖い。でも今優しい人だっていつか変わるかもしれない。お父さんでさえ昔は笑ってたって言うんだよ。でも恐怖に怯えることは選択じゃない。目を開けろ。考えるのをやめるな。自分の幸せを誰かに決めさせるんじゃない。清水ひな子、お前はひなだが翼はある。私が勇気を与えるから。だからお前が翼をくれ。
I vaguely remember putting something very important inside. Bundle of letters from the drawer. When I look upon the moon, I cannot help but be reminded of your graceful form. Oh, how blessed I would be if we were gazing at the same moon right now. Awaiting your answer is nothing short of pure bliss.
琴雪さん。
I don't like a lot of that conversation. I really don't like a lot of that conversation.
の中まで。
That was not a fun conversation. I've had way too many talks with myself that were way too close to that.
ひなこ、遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。よっ、カンちゃん、日本一。それではご一同様、包丁のさえをどうぞご覧ください。よー。なんじゃその言い草は。
I'd almost be mad if it wasn't thematically appropriate to be yelled at so much so you can't do They feel so much more aggressive. There's a lot going on in my head. I need to kill on the other difficulties, like, she wasn't as bad. Here, as single one person like this gets That's so much damage. The constant screaming. Something about it that time, just like... completely ruined my brain. Ugh.
これを飲みなさい。少し楽になるはずだ。
I can't stand this man giving her alcohol.
私は一体
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
これでは皆々様に愛想をつかされてしまうでしょうか。
そんなことは私が許しはしない。少し血色が良くなった。君の体にも合うようだ。先祖の霊に備えた米と水を混ぜ合わせてこしたものだ。神聖な力が宿っている。
もう立てます。ありがとうございます。
そうか、気をつけて。行こう。君のために用意した一番大切なものがある。
I really need to start scavenging for healing items. Oh, yeah, no, I kind of do. Because next thing is the final boss. So I need to stockpile literally as much as I can here. This is the puzzle that I was the most concerned about. You think about it then. The blackbird is in the cage at last. The satisfied fox spreads his fan. The white bird remains in a daze. All had been swept away as she slept. I think I understand that one. Doing Lost in Fog after doing the other ones makes it a lot easier to process. But like if that was the first one I did, I probably would have been a lot more lost. I'm not even tired, I'm just like emotionally deflated. That took a lot more out of me than I thought it would. Do not fear, I was once you. That enemy aggravates me to like an unholy degree. Not even in a like, oh, this fighting this enemy sucks kind of way. Yeah, no, that getting a good counter hit feels really nice. Not even to like a, oh, fighting this enemy like it's bad design type of way, as in just like, no, they are just... everything about them irks me. In such a thematically resonant way, I'll say. Days filled with tears. Attachments cannot be forgotten so easily. Right, this one. This one should have just been me going straight. Arare. Yeah. Oh my god. I could not get out of that one. I was debating on if I should have held my I should have held the fox out. Using it now. Tight spaces with enemies that swing wide have higher mobility than you. And fewer hits deal a lot more damage. This is a really bad situation for me. Yeah, no, that's it's just a hard situation. I have to burn down the big guy. To sit still. I need him to die. Okay. The rest of this shouldn't be that bad. And there's one more that's actually like locked behind here. That much I remember. As if I didn't do this like 9 hours ago.
で怯えた。
Almost through. So what was this? A blackbird is in the cage at last. The satisfied fox sprouts his fan. The white bird remains in a daze. All had been swept away as she slept. This one has to be the white bird. I need one more. Be reborn at your own leisure. There is no need to fear here.
ひなこはさなぎになります。
Nari sushi, I'll take that. Did I ever go in here? I guess that means the answer is no. There used to be nothing I hated more in the world than being forced to live as a proper girl. But when I think of you, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there is a reason I was born a girl. I hope these feelings will reach you, like dandelion seeds carried in the wind. A living sacrifice shall be offered every 8 years, for nothing else can quell the wrath which dwells in the waters deep. She shall be a maiden, fair and pure of heart, and the blood which flows through her veins shall be that which has been blessed by the stars and is beloved by fate. Let it be known that only the most suitable sacrifice shall quench the being's vicious thirst. The duty of finding such a sacrifice shall fall upon the head of this house. Letter from a determined youth. I finally found a reason to apply myself when it comes to studying, extracurriculars, and etiquette. I must be perfect. I must become the perfect match for Hinako. Wanting to make Hinako my wife is the same thing as wanting to make her the happiest girl in the world anyway. It's been a while since I've left Sebiguoka, so even so, I can remember her face as if it were only yesterday. I see you every time I close my eyes, so I have nothing to be afraid of. I can handle whatever comes my way. Mom always said that I'm not like everyone else, that I'm special. But I just want to play Begoma tops with the other kids. I want to eat the same snacks from the candy store as everyone else. I can only play with the other kids when I'm at school, walking home, or when Mom is out. That's only a few minutes every day. Why me? Why is it just me who needs to study this hard? Mom says I can do whatever I want when I'm older, but I want to play with Begama tops. I want to eat senbei. Why is it just me? I'm tired of this. I want to play with everyone. I want to try kick the can, hide and seek, and space wars. But Mom says that I can only be heir if I have self-control. Well, when I become heir, I can do whatever I want, and I'll get everything I want. Still just a child lashing out. I'll take a divine water at least. Celebrate once and for all. May you live happily ever after. May we all thrive for eternity. Ah, right. Oh my god, it kept running. Do I have any kutsu? Oh my god, I'm stuck in a corner. I do have kutsu. And divine water. Please. Hate that thing.
純子さん。
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん。
まだ生きてるのね。
うん。
しっかりなさい。
しっかりって。
未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ。必ず。いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こうか。
I think this half has a Junko that is supporting her. And I think the other half...
あなた様のお印ですね。
And I think the other... Yeah, she's not wearing an Inari mask. I think this half of Hinako has a Junko supporting her. And I think the other half has a different Junko supporting her. One that is not wearing black and one that is not wearing the... Oh, wow. And one that is not wearing the owl mask. The blackbird is in its cage at last. The satisfied fox spreads his fan. The white bird remains in a daze. All had been swept away as she slept. That one was way easier. It does cover her whole face too.
これが君のものだ。さあ、君も。では始めようか。
はい。
これで最後。よくここまでついてきてくれ
一緒だからここまで来られました。
た。もうわずかの辛抱だ。
はい。
Unfortunately, he's right. Chapter of Resolve. Achievements tied to action difficulty will not be obtained if skipped. Motherfucker. I'm gonna have to do this anyway. I'll skip it for now. I'd rather not stress out about that right now for a bad ending. Because it really does lead up all into that. And like, I am not in a good position for that. At the very least, they do tell you just outright if it'll impact your achievements or not. Funny, because usually like these blue little wisps I would always refer to as a foxfire. That definitely doesn't feel like Foxmask, because kind of wants this, or at least this Hinako to be here. It's ironic, don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. Wait, which way was I supposed to go? This way? Combat arena. borrowed, something new, something borrowed, something blue. At the very least, it's giving me a bunch of items for this. Which is good. It's surprising, at least not to me, but it's like surprising how much easier combat is with like the durability weapons than the infinity arm. Like, consistently, it makes a lot more sense to me. I also don't necessarily have to worry about soul siphoning. Mother... There's also something just feels very cathartic about using the pipe. At the bare minimum, I definitely do feel the lack of healing items on Lost in Fog. Like, it does feel notable. And I'm also getting a little bit reckless, which means I'm taking a lot more damage than I probably should. No turning back now. And I literally need as much healing and everything else that I can get. Okay. Let me also organize this in a way that doesn't suck. There we go. And I can switch out the Inari Sushi if I need it at the last second. The rest of these... I don't need that. Oh well, alright. Bad ending time. Not the fun kind. Another first aid kit. I'll place the Yukon, because I'm not gonna... because it's not nearly as useful. That also means... I can put the Inari Sushi... oh. I can put the Inari Sushi on. Now the bandage is here. Fought so hard just for a bad ending. I'd rather start with the sword. So then how's the conversation with Cisco here?
これは驚いた。まだ生き残っていようとは。
私は認めない。こんなの認めない。
心を静めて消え去りなさい。あなたの存在はもはやヒナコを苦しめるだけ。
ひなこ、私、清水ひなこは私。
清水ひな子はもう存在しません。帰りなさい。ここはあなたがいてよい場所ではありません。このような日に一体どこからこのようなつきものが。ひなこ、今払ってあげるから少し待ちなさい。お前は一体。
Junko still doesn't know what the doll is. She's speaking clearly.
この薬を飲みなさい。君はあのようなものに疲れてけなげに耐えていたのか。俺、よくもヒナコに。死ね！ヒナコ、もう大丈夫だ。
どけ！どうしてそいつをかばう！お前を誰より守ると誓う俺よりどうして信じられるんだ！
シュウと一緒に昔のままの姿でずっといたかった。でも私もシュウもいつまでも同じではいられないんだ。
それは分かってる！でもどうしてそいつなんだ？どうしてだ？
シュウはいつまでも今のままでいようと言ってくれる。だけど琴雪さんは私と共に未来へ歩もうと言ってくれる。どちらも不安だった。どちらにも希望を感じた。もし本当にこの身を二つに引き裂くことができたなら、私は今だってその半分をお前の相棒として残していきたい気持ちでいるんだ。
You're still not making a decision.
シュ
オーネバ男としてこのままにはできない。
私に話させてください。シュウ、
俺はダメな男だ。笑って祝福するつもりでいたんだ。でもできなかった。それどころか俺はお前に薬と偽ってそれ
は
内なる自分と対話できる薬だが、体質によっては非常に危険な薬だ。
どうしてそんなものを私に？
結婚を断って欲しかった。一番思ってるのは誰か気づいて欲しかった。
Was you?
俺は何言ってんだ。相棒の大切な日を祝福できなくて何が相棒ってんだくそ。頼む、幻滅してくれ。
幻滅などするもんか。今度は私に相棒に幻滅させようとするのか。いい加減にしろ。僕も今日私たちをめちゃくちゃにしてくれたな。
俺なんかほっといて逃げろ。
戦うぞ相棒。そのおかしな宇宙人野郎を私たちでぶっ飛ばそう。
And this is when I This is not the fight I expected.
シュウ、しっかり。覚えてるか。小1の頃、掃除の時だ。
宇宙戦争ごっこに夢中で二人とも掃除なんかを忘れてたことは。
先生に見つかってまとめて怒られたな。
Oh, those stomps are hard. I was so curious why she didn't get a boss fight.
シュウ、しっかり。覚えてるか。小1の頃、掃除の時だ。
宇宙戦争ごっこに夢中で二人とも掃除なんかを忘れてたことは。
先生に見つかってまとめて怒られたな。
そうだった。懐かしい話だ。
レーザーガン覚えてるか。引き金を引くと音と光が出るやつだ。
This is tragic.
盆踊りの時に露店で買ったやつだ。
私が借りてたのに壊しちゃった。でもお前は責めないでくれたな。本当にありがとう。
あの時の面白くなさそうな顔を誰が責められるかってんだ。
写
Who's that? What? This is not. This is not what I expected. This is not what I expect of a Silent Hill boss fight.
女扱いされるのが嫌いだってことか。ずっと胸に刻んでたら。なのに俺はお前を、お前が嫌う見方をしているのに気がついた。
私は女はこうあるべきっていう決めつけが嫌いだっただけで、だからって女に生まれたことまでも憎んだことはなかった。
俺は勘違いしてる。お前を追い詰めていたのか。お前の気持ちは目を見りゃ分かる。今なぜ傷ついていたのか分からなかった。
違う、シュウが気づかせてくれたんだ。私はお前のおかげでやっと生まれ変わることができた。だから清水ひな子はいつまでもお前と共にある。
やめてくれ。
私をこれ以上怒らせるな。
This is a crazy boss fight. Like, for a bad ending. He's holding himself back for you. I'm being incredibly cautious. That is an insane boss fight for a bad ending.
Thank you, 相棒。その言葉で俺は完成したぜ。
ありがとう。
Don't you?
琴行さん、俺の相棒、あんたにしばらく預けるぜ。
しばらくのつもりはないのだが。
俺のひな子を不幸にしたら100発殴ってやるからな。
ひな子は私のものだ。もはや君のものではない。
He never belonged to her.
俺の相棒なんだから俺のだ。貸してるだけだ。
人を物扱いする
な。私と君は世界で最も彼女のことを理解し大切にしようと思っている二人だ。良い友人になると思うのだが。
Sun shower.
Kitsune no yome iri da.
I do not think it's right to say that that is a bad ending. That is fascinating. That, oh, I'm gonna have to chew on that for a bit. It's not the true ending. But that's better than a normal ending. Because at least Hinako made a decision. That... I'm going to have to think about that for a while. Because I'm not, like, joyous or happy, but I can't in good consciousness call that, like, an obviously bad ending. That... I'm just about because in the end she still got married. I think that's the category. I think that's the understanding that people have. Because Shu showed up in the... Shu showed up in the other ending and in this ending. But he did not show up in the normal ending. That fist bump. I feel so conflicted.
そろそろ中に入ろう。肩を冷やす。
はい。
It's not the ending I prefer for her, but...
お母さんになりたくない。お母さんみたいになりたくない。
I'm going to have to think about that for a while. I'm going to have to think about that for a while because I do not... That's so... Oh... Hang on. Hang on, because I just got an achievement. The achievement is Fox's Wedding. Dolls are happiest when they are loved. I'm going to have to chew on that. I don't feel right calling it the bad ending. But I need to see what the true ending is. This changes based on the ending you get. Coming home to roost, drowning in a bottomless pit of self-doubt. Fox's wedding. Dolls are happiest when they are loved. The fox wets its tail. A hell of your own choosing. Nothing else matters now. The subtitle on each of these makes it sound so bad. This it's like all hyper contingent on whatever this true ending is. So I'll tell you what. Because I'm not gonna do it tonight. I can't do it tonight. Because I have a very distinct rule of I do not go. If I go into the night, I do not go past when I see daylight. And I know I'm getting close to daylight. So I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to purify the water. I'm going to purify the water without picking up the Agare no Hote-sama. And then I'm going to save. Gotta be kidding. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. I'm gonna lose my mind if this thing kills me here. Minako's perspective is probably bad because she realized this, but I'm saying she hates her mother, she ends up becoming like her. One, that's a feminine experience. Two, there's autonomy. I don't think it's. I can't. I don't think it's as cut and dry as that is the bad ending. It is not the ending that the Hinako that I want to see happy gets. But it is an ending that a Hinako chooses. The more minute details of that, the more minute details of that decision is something that, I really will have to, think about a lot. But that one makes me think. That one makes me think a lot. But yeah, I guess the next time I stream this, I do not pick that up. Do not pick that up. I will pick that up. And I will pick that up. I could have sworn there was another note here. The next time that I stream this, I'm going to do the one of revenge, or the thing of resolve, so I can get the achievement for beating on a lost in shadow, lost in mist, lost in fog. There it is. So it might take me a little bit longer. Did I read this one? I don't think I did. No. And yet our mortal world is ever-changing. The age of gods has passed and the powers of heavens have withered. Such a living sacrifice may no longer suffice to quell the wrath of the deep. So our ancestors saw fit to place a seal of immense power upon the being below. Upon the water they set a great stone. Now the being remains sealed away, unable to break free of its prison. However, the earth cannot endure forever against the might of water, and its power wanes. The seal shall break. When the wrath rises once more, we shall be powerless to stop it. I have to think about that ending a lot. I don't think it's cut and dry. I don't necessarily like it, but I also can't say that it's the bad ending. The normal ending's the bad ending. That's a really fascinating. No, I like that. I like that. I like that it's making me conflicted. Because it means that there's something in there that I need to read. Oh no. I hate this thing. Hi. It's like crawling right into me. Hello. First off, thank you. Let me give you a proper shout out. Yeah, no, it definitely hinges on it's your ending. That's why I'm probably gonna have to do that sometime soon. I'm gonna have to do that. I have to think about it. Oh my god. Yeah, no, I need more context. No, thank you. Oh my god. I'm like trying to multitask. Thank you for the, god damn it. Thank you for the raid about oof. I just got the fox wedding ending. Enjoy. I'm having a great time even as it's making me scream internally. But no, thank you for the raid. I have one more ending that I need to get. I'm probably not gonna get it, like, tonight. But no, this has been an experience. And I just finished it on Lost in Shadow. Lost in... I really keep saying that. I keep saying it because it's Resident Evil. I just finished it on Lost in Fog. The action difficulty in Lost in Fog. So much. Why are more showing up? Oh my god. Oh, that's sad. I'm not dead. Do I have fox sushi? I have a first aid kit. Cool. I'll have to make this work. Yeah, it is. It's currently 6 AM for me too. Oh my god, I have to run back. It is currently 6 AM for me too, and my no daylight rule, oh, it's saved here at least. And my no daylight rule is, kicking in. So I need to go back and save, and then I will also, I'm also probably gonna raid out. But no, thank you for the raid. I usually do not stream this long, but yeah. Oh my god. I am routinely a variety streamer. this was a donation goal. Oh my god, this is horrific. This was a donation goal for October. Kind of just took a while to kind of get around to it because of certain games that I was playing then. But no, I hope you had a great stream. This is God. This is really setting the tone for. Oh my god. For that other part that I'm gonna have to go through for the achievement. Dude. Why are they wandering towards me? Please die. Okay. Guess that gives me a chance to actually grab some items on, because I'm going to need them. Because doing that entire last, like, sprint for... I think that past, like, 2.5 hours was, like... There was no save. I was mostly just gunning it. I can scavenge like the first floor a little bit because I don't want to have to do it when I come back. Because I am in desperate need of like actual health items. I just realized I could have gone to this one. I could have gone to this one the entire time, actually. Whatever. It's gonna look scuffed as hell. Because I'm not gonna have them all on one file, just because of the way that I did it. But what? That was good ending. Not good ending. That was Fox Wedding. That was Tail Wedding. And that was UFO. That was 3 endings in one stream. So I'd say that's honestly pretty good in terms of progress rate. Family physician. I'm also gonna have to reread a bunch of those notes. Because I picked up a couple of notes on that I don't have access to unless I open up that other save. And that's gonna annoy me. Where the hell does this lead? Oh, right, this room. Because now I want to make sure that I grab a bunch of notes to make sure that I get everything, like, not perfect, but I need as much information as possible. Because, like, so much of stuff with Kodayuki was him also still, like, fulfilling societal expectations and him being tied to a bunch of this stuff. And, like, his own family curse. Like, I don't know, like, maybe if the ending is meant to be, like, somewhat deceiving. Because, like, in that case, I can see it, because there's a lot of stuff about, like, how Kotoyuki's family works that isn't explained. At least in, like, the direct narrative, but, like, you get so many of the notes about, like, the sacrifices, their supposed responsibilities, like, the expectation of heirs, like... A lot of that, so much of it, is, like, Hinako falling into that traditional, like, mother role. And I can't say, like, well, that thing that, like, we've been fighting against the entire game, because, like, that's what... part of this Hinako is, like, not necessarily opposed to it. Like, that's... I don't necessarily say, like, her main driving force, but, like... Okay. Two things. Fuck. That's not one of them. My major assumption... my major assumption is two parts. One... One is that Hinako wrote those letters. Like, she did. Like, she wrote those letters. She is at the wedding. This is... the entire game is taking place inside Hinako's head, like, while she's at the wedding, essentially. Or at least as far as I can interpret. So the question becomes... like, what happens after? Because this part, through every horrible thing that is happening, like, this still is a part of Hinako. This is still a part of Hinako. This, if anything, this is the one that's closest to her current surface. But, like... it's so... this part of her is closest to her current surface. All the weddings and all the stuff, like, that's why all the conversations are, like, close to the, like, talking about, like, Hinako finally being honest or, like, actually explaining her feelings. Like, part of it is the wedding. It very clearly is the wedding. Hang on. I need to switch. I need to switch this over because I'm getting tired. I haven't done... I literally have not done, like, a 12-hour stream since the Halloween thing. So let me switch back over. Let me also close this. Consistently inside Hinako's head. Like, I don't like that ending. But I can't say it's bad. Where is it? The fox wets its tail A hell of your own choosing. Nothing else matters now. That's her running away from the wedding. A hell of your own choosing. And dolls are happiest when they are loved. Like, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I really need to see what that true ending is, because that has to provide so much more context to it. As well as also maybe a couple of the other letters. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted. But like, no, this is, again, that thing that I said before about like that writing tip that I really like. When you get to the uncomfortable part, keep going. And like, trust me, I'm extremely uncomfortable and I have to figure out like what to make of it. I'm assuming the true ending is where she doesn't get married. Maybe. It might be a continuation of the ending where, like, you beat Fox Mask. Like, I don't know. I have to see. To me, that's what... to me, that's the one that makes the most sense. And even if it is the one that makes the... Even if that is how that one is... Yeah. Oh my god, you can tell I'm tired. Even if that is, like, the ending, if that is the quote-unquote true ending, it still makes me wonder... It makes me wonder what exactly... I don't know how to describe this. Partly because I'm tired, but like, that is one hell of a thing to kind of just like throw at me. Like right before I like end stream. Like, I don't like that ending. But I don't feel like there was enough given at the end of Tail Wedding for me to like get anything definitive out of it. I am glad that I made the decision to go for the bad ending. Instead of getting married, she finds her own happiness, maybe. That's kind of what the good ending essentially alludes to. But then also, the Fox wedding alludes to her also being, like, somewhat happy in a way by having the two people that she cares about still in her life. But there's that inner part of her that's not happy. But then at the same time, for the Tail wedding, like, she's going against the version of her, or at least the other half of her, that does want the wedding. Like, I can't, like, just make that cut and dry as, like, a good or bad thing. Like, that's really hard for me to kind of, like, figure out. I'm really gonna have to think about that, and I think a lot of that's gonna be dependent on the true ending. Depending on how much that this is torturing me, I'll probably schedule to do this sooner. Mostly because if I try to do this next week, it'll just be like these two parts for like, what, 2-3 hours, and then I figure out something else to do for Friday. Because I already have the thing nearly purified. It's me running around doing notes. I already got the UFO ending. My eye. Like, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. Wait, she wasn't happy in a bad ending though. I thought that was implication of dolls are happiest when they're loved, which is why she no longer had a face. That's what the subtitle said. The subtitle said dolls are happiest when they are loved, and that's also the thing that was on the magazines. That's the entire, like, it's her essentially falling in line with the social expectations. But that was also the thing that, like, that was also what Junko was telling her to do. But then also at the same time, that was this, like, she was honest with Shu about her feelings. That was the thing that, like, Rinko was, like, chastising her for. That was, like, her biggest fault, is that she wasn't honest with Shu about her feelings. Like, the main reason why I'm having such a hard time saying that it's a bad ending is because Shu said numerous times, I will be there for you regardless of the decision that you make. The only ending that he does not show up for that I've gotten so far was the normal ending, because she didn't make a decision. In the two in the endings that we got on stream that were not the UFO ending, but even including the UFO ending because he was still there, Shu shows up. That's the main linchpin of why I'm having a hard time saying it's a bad ending, because it implies, because like that means that she made a decision. I don't agree with the decision, and I don't think it's what's right for her and what she wants, but she made a decision, which is an improvement over the normal ending where she doesn't make a decision at all. Like, I like this game. I like this game a lot that it's making me this conflicted. Either way, I'm too tired. I'm too tired. I'm gonna be thinking about this for way too long. Yeah, but what decision was a bad decision? To me, I think it's a bad decision, but that depends on her. That depends on her if she thinks that was a good decision. Like, that's the hard part. You don't necessarily need to agree with somebody for it to still be like their decision. That's like the really hard part. I'm gonna be thinking about this for a while. It's throwing me off. But thank you. Thank you for stopping by. This stream went on for way longer than I expected. But yeah, my brain's fried, so I'm gonna, based on her face falling off, her saying she doesn't want, say it's safe to say she didn't like it. But that is also part of like but then like again, that's like one half of her asserting a will of the other half of her. Like, I like the Shimizu Hinako, but that doesn't negate the fact that the Hinako that is at the wedding, who is actively at the wedding, was making a decision herself, was also there, who was also a part of her who had autonomy. Like, she's constantly talking to herself back and forth in multiple times in multiple layers. Like, one Hinako is saying the other one is making a bad decision, the other one is saying the other one is making the bad decision. Like, that's why it's like her going inside, it's kakara makakara, nesting, inside of herself, going back and forth, on top of the Hinakos that were in her room, also going back and forth, having a discussion with each other, unsure of which decisions that they wanted to make because they didn't know which part of themselves that they also wanted to be. The one that was love-struck, that didn't know if she wanted to actually be seen as a woman by Shu, or the one that was sending the letters to Totsuya. Like, there's parts to her that aren't cut and dry, and that makes that ending so compelling. And there's still like where Junko even falls into all of this, because she has a mask on, but she's not a fox, she's an owl. Like, where does that happen? Like, how does her influence connect into any of this, on top of her constantly saying she'll be there to protect her, on top of Shu saying that he'll always be there to protect her. Like, and like, I'm asking these questions with 37 hours in and having a majority of the notes and all but the true ending. Like, that true ending has to send me. What if she's missing her face too? Then I don't know. I don't have a clean-cut answer. That's why I'm so conflicted. Like, I have to wrestle with all these different elements to the story, all layered on top of one another. Nesting inside one another. Kakara makakara. But yeah. I'm gonna raid into Pikachu. Cause like I'm tired and an art stream sounds like the perfect thing to unwind with. Oh my god. Thank you again, Valfina, for oh my god, there was like 3 raids tonight. Thank you again, Valfina, for the raid. Thank you, Vice, for the raid. Thank you, Alina, for the raid. I'm gonna be thinking about that for too long. This entire week has just been like me thinking so much. I've been thinking way too much this past week. And especially after that last visit back to her house, like that conversation with that version of her like really fucking fried me. I'm too tired for the normal outro. I'm almost seeing daylight coming in through my window. I can't do this. Make sure, I don't know, if you're following, you can throw a cheer Vichi's way or give her a wave for me. I'm gonna pass out. Thank you for spending time with me. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this.